Okay, so welcome to Ethical Hacking Basics. This stream we will be covering the setup and configuration of the tools that we will use over the course of this project. So this project will probably be going for a couple of months as we cover various different topics. So as I've mentioned, today we will be covering setup and installation. Next, let me just check my schedule here real quick. Next week we'll be covering reconnaissance and network scanning. So yeah, we'll just get started here with installing the tools. So I have this PowerPoint here, which I'll go through first. So what this episode will cover, we will be covering the device and environment requirements. So this includes how much RAM you need, storage space, etc. How to install and set up a distribution of Linux. In this case, we will be using Kali, but there are other alternatives which are better suited for certain situations. Kali is good for beginners as it has a lot of tools built in and all ready to go. We'll be covering we'll be covering installing Linux on either a virtual machine or physical hardware. In this episode, we'll be doing virtual machine, and we'll also talk about the disadvantages and advantages of that later. But yeah, we'll be installing in a virtual machine today. However, the process is pretty much identical for physical hardware as well. Then we'll be covering updating and installing tools. So this is just basic administration stuff and additional considerations. So stuff you might want to know when you're getting set up. So okay, so we have our device and environment requirements here. You will need some sort of device. You can use a laptop or desktop PC, either 32-bit or 64-bit. I recommend 64-bit just because it's faster, lets you use more RAM, etc. You'll probably want a device with 2 gigs of RAM or more, and 10 gigs of storage space or more to install the operating system and all the tools. And you'll need an internet connection to download the tools. Later we'll also cover some additional stuff that you may require for certain attacks, but I'll talk about that later. And notice how I say laptop and desktop. For a lot of this you can actually use something like a Raspberry Pi as well, so it doesn't have to specifically be a desktop PC or laptop. It could even be your phone. However, we will not cover that today as it is a bit more complicated to get set up. So, right now we're going to get started installing the operating system. So you see here we have 2 websites listed, kali.org and virtualbox.org. Kali.org is where we'll be getting Kali Linux, which is the operating system we'll be using over the course of this project. And VirtualBox is the virtualization software that will run and allow us to sort of emulate the operating system inside of Windows, so we don't have to worry about reinstalling. We don't have to worry about reinstalling an operating system or restarting our PC. We will cover the disadvantages of this later as well. Okay, so I switch over to my display here. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is get VirtualBox. I already have it installed here, but I'll show you the process of actually getting it. So we go to virtualbox.org, or you can just Google VirtualBox, downloads, and here are the binaries. So if you're running on Windows, you want to get the Windows host. A host is basically the machine that is running on. So if you're running Windows, for example, your host is Windows. If you're running Linux, your Linux host, etc. So I'm just going to cancel that VirtualBox download as I already have it installed. But yeah, installation is pretty easy. You just run the program, click next, install, and just like any other program. So now in Kali.org, we're going to need to download an image. So you just go up here to downloads, download Kali Linux. There's also NetHunter, which is for mobile devices. And you have quite a few options here, as you can see. We're going to download Kali Linux 64-bit. You notice how it's 2.6 gigabytes. This is because it has a lot of tools. It has most of the tools pre-installed by default. There's also the lightweight version, which doesn't have as many tools, but is a lot smaller. And then you have ones here, different desktop environments. So E7, E17, XDE, XFCE, and these are just they're basically identical to the main Kali Linux here, but of different appearance. So you can download any of these you want depending on your preference, but we're just going to install regular Kali Linux. You click HTTP here, or you can use a torrent if you want to. I'm going to cancel that because again I already have this downloaded. And you can see here there are also pre-made virtual machines which are ready to go, which can be useful if you just want to download that, import it into VirtualBox and run it. However, we are going to cover installing everything from scratch just so you get a better understanding. Alright, so I'm going to go over VirtualBox here. Now when you start up VirtualBox, you'll get a similar screen to this here. I already have a bunch of machines set up here, but we're going to set up a new one here for Kali. So we're going to do new. I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call this Kali Linux 13. These settings don't really matter as much. They all basically do the same thing, but we want to make sure it's 64-bit mode or 32-bit depending on which ISO you download. 1 gig of RAM is fine. I have plenty of free RAM, so I'm going to up this at 2. But create a hard drive. Dynamically allocate is fine. I'm just going to get this on 28 gigs. That's enough. I'm going to put this into my VM folder. So click create. Okay, we have it done here. Now just before we actually get this machine running, we want to go to our settings, and I want to set up our network so it's bridged. This way it can access the internet through your computer, as if it was actually running on a computer. So set up the bridge, then your network adapter. If you have Wi-Fi, you'll see your Wi-Fi card here. I'm using Ethernet, so I have this first one here. I don't have to worry about anything else in here. So click OK, click start, and I'll pop up this message. Normally this will be blank, but as you see I've already used this before, so just ignore this. You're going to click over here, go to your downloads folder and click on your Kali ISO. Click start. Okay, so now we have Kali Linux. Let's put this in full screen. You see we have the options for live, where you can actually run the operating system off a CD, but the problem with this is every time you restart it, nothing is saved. But we're going to do install here. So a live distribution is good if you want to do like forensics or something, where you don't want to actually have to install it onto a target PC. Alright, so we got this option. English is the default, but you have other languages here. So choose whatever you want. I'm in the United Kingdom. British English is fine. Give that a minute to load. Okay, so that's asking for a host name. You can call us whatever you want. Keep in mind whatever you call us will be shown on the network. So I'm just going to call this Kai VM or Kai Virtual Machine. Domain name, I'm going to leave that blank. The defaults are usually fine. You gotta set your root password, which is the admin account. I'm just going to give it a lame password. Again, this doesn't really matter because Kali by default doesn't have any remote access. There's no remote access. Okay, so now we have the install thing. So you do guide it, which you guide it using entire disk is fine. Then you have these other options and manual. These two options here are for setting up LMV and encrypted LMV. You might, if you really want to worry about privacy and you're actually installing this on a proper machine, encrypted LMV is a pretty good way to go because it encrypts your entire hard drive. But we're not really worried about that because it's a virtual machine, so we'll just use guided full. We'll select our hard drive here, which is the one we set up earlier. You have options here for separating partitions. We're just going to do the first one, which is all of the files on one partition. Finish and write changes to disk. Yes. Okay, so that's going to start up now. And we'll just let this run for a minute. So I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Okay, so we are back again. We have another pop-up message here asking for us to configure the package manager. We'll say yes for now to enter, unless you want to use HTTP proxy. So now it's configuring apt, which is the repositories where all the where a lot of the software is stored at. Okay, now it's installing the bootloader. Yeah, it's installing the bootloader now. So this will let it actually run on our PC, or our virtual PC in this case. So yeah, the installation is basically the exact same for either PC or virtual machine, other than the graphics drivers. If you're installing graphics drivers either for AMD or NVIDIA, you have to just go to their site or look it up, because it will depend on which graphics card you have, but by default the normal drivers are fine. Right, so now it's asking us, do you want to install the grub bootloader to the master boot record? You select yes. If you say no, it won't let you boot. Sometimes it asks you for a drive. Just click the first one here, where all our files are stored. Okay, now it's finishing the main installation, and then it's going to reboot. Okay, this could be a minute. Yeah, so let's give that a minute to run. Okay, so now we have another pop-up saying the installation is complete. Yeah, just restart, take out the installation media. So on a normal PC, just take this out of this drive. VirtualBox you can take out here, but it's automatically ejected, which is fine. So this will restart any second now, and then it will take us back up to the bootloader screen and let us log into Kali. Okay, just give us a second. I mean, since I'm doing this live, I was talking to the guys at Live EDU, the people that run it, They said they're going to be uploading, they're going to be making a video upload feature at some point, so maybe when they do that there, I'll actually come back and edit these projects and just cut out all of the wasted time. It's like a lot of the stream so far has just been waiting for stuff to install. But if they let you upload videos, then I'll just edit the videos so it won't be as long. Okay, so let's install here. And it looks like they've actually patched this for Spectre. Spectre and Meltdown were some recent CPU vulnerabilities that hit the news recently. Wasn't really expecting to see Kai actually do any patches for it yet, but that's pretty good at least. It's good that your operating system is secure as it can be. So now this is going to boot up to our login screen. We're going to log in, and then you notice how we only have this little 4x3 black square. We're going to install the VirtualBox additions, which lets us, which gives us access to certain features. It gives us access to some more features, and also lets us. Oh wait. It also lets us put the virtual machine in full screen at a higher resolution, so we don't have to worry about this little 4x3 box. Now, if you're on a normal PC, you won't need to do this; it'll just work fine. But in a virtual machine, you'll probably want to install the addition CD, which we'll do in a second. Just makes it a bit more comfortable to use, and there's a slight performance boost as well, at least from my experience. Your results may vary. So this might take a minute to actually load, because again we're using virtualization, which is much slower than running it on proper hardware. Okay, so now we're on actual Kali desktop. This is GNOME free. Want to go up to devices here, and one sec actually, this menu isn't. Just give me a sec here. Where is there? Okay, so we're going to go up to devices, and we're going to go down to the bottom here, install Guest Edition CD. It's like that. Yeah, you can see it pops up here. I'll click run. Okay, it says it's a problem, it's fine. Well, open this in terminal. Oops, not properties. Right click open in terminal. So this will take us to where that folder is. And I'll just try to manually run it here. It. See, the few box editions aren't required, but it is pretty nice to actually have them. And I forgot because can't really copy and paste here. So there we go. Permission denied. Weird. Just give ourselves all the permissions then. Yeah. Well, it looks like we don't be able to install VirtualBox editions. I mean, oops, what was? Let's try this again. Actually, I didn't see that. Yeah, so I didn't actually notice it popped up on the tab here. So just let this run, and hopefully it'll install VirtualBox editions, and then after it installs that, we should be able to just reboot, and we'll be able to put this into full screen, so it'll take up all of this extra space right here. And again, you don't have to do this if you're on a normal desktop PC or laptop, only if you're doing a virtual machine install. But yeah, if you're going to install a virtual machine, I would recommend actually just downloading the pre-made virtual machine file. It's all set up and ready to go. I am actually just installing from the IC here, so I can give you like a generic guide for installing it on pretty much anything. So while this is actually running, we can actually go and update the other software. So in Kali Linux, it's pretty simple. We're going to do app update, and this will make sure we have the latest repositories and check if there's any updates for programs we've installed. So, yep. And I want to, if you want to check, it says here we have 1007 packages that can be updated or programs. We do app list dash upgradable to see them, but we just want to upgrade. And sometimes this happens. Usually you just need to give it a minute for whatever program's using it to stop. Let's see here. So looks like we actually have guest editions installed. So you should be able to enter, close it, that's fine. Let's see why is this stuck? Yeah, so good tip here for Linux. If you want to see what program is actually using a file, just use lsoff. We can see here program 690, which is called package package ki there, is currently using this. So we'll just have to wait. Either have to wait for that to finish, or we'll just restart. Because we'll just restart the machine if it doesn't finish quick enough, because that will that's run. If you actually want to see what command line options it's using, we can just do cat/prox and then slash the PID ID, which is 690 here, and CMD line. And there we have the path to the program, so we know what's we're using it. It's clear. Alright, so let's just reboot anyway. It'll be fine. Sometimes it can get stuck. Especially, I only really notice this issue when I install it in virtual machines, but sometimes when you do a fresh install on a virtual machine, it'll just get stuck when it's trying to install something there. So just restart, update everything, it'll be fine usually. Okay, stop job is running. Be a minute. You can also do a hard reset, either going to file or not file, machine reset, or you can do Control R, right Control R. So it's yeah, the control on your right versus the control on the left by default. This is actually taking a bit too long. Let's just restart it. Hard restart, so Control R. Say enter and let's start. Okay, we'll log in again. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like VirtualBox Edition is installed properly, which is fine because some distributions don't support it that well. So we can do app upgrade now, hopefully, and this will attempt to install all of the latest programs that it has in its repositories. Okay, so let's let that run. And yeah, so if you actually want to look for a tool, like if you want to check if it's in a repository or not, you can use the apt search command. Apt is the replacement for apt-get, which is much faster. You can also use apt-get if you prefer, but I recommend apt. It's just a much faster way of installing programs. So we're going to do apt search and then name the program. So I'm going to itch-top. You can see second option here, it tells you it's interactive process viewer. So I'll install that. You can see it's not installed right now. If you want to install it, just type in apt install and then name the package, itch-top in it. But again, we can't do that until this is all finished installing. Otherwise, it could break the install. Yeah, so you search for programs. You also have man, which is the manual program, and you can use this. You can type in the name of the program bash, and if it has a man page or a manual page, it'll give you this here, which you can sort of read through and learn how the program works, its options and stuff. Press. So you just scroll with arrow keys or page up and page down, and press Q to exit. You also can look up functions like get login, which is a C function, and I'll tell you the library it's from, like the code it uses, how it should be used, descriptions, etc., which can be useful for programming. Just note that sometimes programs won't have man pages, either because they're pretty simple or the developer didn't put them in. But man pages are pretty helpful for beginners. So we'll just let this install, and then once that installs, we will power off this machine and we'll go back to the PowerPoint. So we'll give this a couple minutes. Oh, I forgot that there's a default timeout thing. The screensaver. You can go up to your settings here, and you can change that if you want. Just close out terminal. But yeah, this is almost done now. Yeah, so you can go to settings here. You can turn Bluetooth on and off. This virtual machine doesn't have Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, so it's stuff in there. Change your background, notifications, etc. Down at power, you can turn off the timeout here if you want to, or you can edit all of the command line files, which gives you a lot more control. Okay, so sometimes you'll get change logs like this. You can just press Q to exit it, and then it will finish installing everything. Okay, so Samba asks DHCP client must be installed to take advantage spheres, modify it to use things. Well, Samba is just for like network shares, so we're not going to be using network shares so much, so we'll just use the default option, which is no. Mac changer, you can set to change automatically, but we'll do no because we want to manually change it. Wireshark, most of the time you want to do this no as well, but if you're on like a trusted machine and you want everyone to be able to monitor network, then you can select yes. So now it's going through and it's configuring all of the programs, and this should be about 5-10 minutes. So I'll be back as soon as that's done. Okay, so you probably get the idea now. This is just going to go through and update all the programs. Try that again. Yeah, so it's gonna. I even typed today. There. Yeah, so it's just gonna go and update all the programs, and then we're just gonna shut down the machine. That'll be everything done. So this is gonna take a while. So I guess I'm going to finish the PowerPoint here, and then let me just see if I can find it real quick here into OBS. So there it is. So yeah, so let's finish the PowerPoint here before the end of the stream. So additional considerations, you have to worry about performance, and by that I mean running the software natively, like actually installing Kali onto a computer versus using VirtualBox or any other virtualization program. If you install it natively, you will have it'll be much faster because it'll be much faster and a lot of things will be easier to do because you won't have to worry about abstraction layers and trying to set up Bluetooth and Wi-Fi in VirtualBox. It'll just be much easier. For VirtualBox, virtualization does have its advantages, like you don't have to worry about restarting the computer if you want to go into Kali, or even just installing it on your actual machine. If you mess up something in VirtualBox, you can just revert it back to a previous state, or you can reinstall it with no issues. So there are trade-offs. Ease of use. So again, if you install it natively, it is much easier to use. But again, virtualization, if you mess up, or if you just don't want to use it anymore, you can just click like 2 buttons and delete everything. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So as I've mentioned earlier in the stream, you will want to take into consideration like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth if you're doing wireless attacks. So you may want to get a Wi-Fi or Bluetooth adapter if you're on a desktop, or if you have a laptop, it's probably built in. Especially for Wi-Fi, I'd recommend having like 1 or 2 or more Wi-Fi adapters, just because you can do so much more. Like you can stay connected to the internet while doing something like a man-in-the-middle attack. You can like monitor stuff around you while again doing other stuff. If you have 2 or more, it's much easier. For example, you can have one built into your laptop and then a USB adapter, or 2 USB adapters, and it'll work fine. And finally, encryption. So as you've seen when you're setting up there is an option for LMV encryption. I wouldn't recommend it unless you're installing it on actual hardware, just because it's not really much of a benefit in VirtualBox. But if you are installing the hardware, it can take a while to format your hard drive, because it overrides your hard drive with a bunch of random data, so you can't recover any metadata which could be used for attacks. But again, you can skip the formatting, but it does mean that you do have a higher risk of data leakage if that drive has been previously used. So if you are doing encryption, it can take a good couple of hours to install everything properly, at least in the recommended way, just because it takes so long to actually override your hard drive with random data multiple times, and it does really depend on the size of your hard drive. But yeah, so this thanks for watching. This has been Cybersecurity Basics. This is episode 1 setup, and so Kali is still installing. That's fine. We'll come back to it next week. Next week we'll be covering reconnaissance and researching your target. But I hope you enjoyed. Please remember to follow, subscribe, etc. and I will see you next week. Goodbye.
Okay, and gathering information on your targets. So, what this episode will cover, we'll be covering various search engines such as Shodan, Google, WHOIS, as well as IP lookup techniques for identifying targets, a bit of network scanning, looking for data leaks and viable information in that, and the threat that social networks can impose to a corporation or a business, or even just an individual in general. So let's see. First thing we're going to do, we're going to talk about Shodan. So Shodan is the search engine for network devices. It's sort of like Google. It's sort of like Google in a way, but what Shodan allows you to do is you can tell it to look up a certain service or a certain port, and it will show you a list of IP addresses, where they're located, and some general information about the device and the service, which can be really good if you want to do some research, maybe find out how many vulnerable targets there are, etc. It can also be used to narrow it down to a specific company you're targeting. So if you want to target, if you only want to target specific devices, like let's say you only want to target Cisco routers in the UK, you can do that. Or if you only want to target, you can even get closer. You can say if you only want to target routers based in London in the UK, you can actually do that using Shodan's filters. So we'll cover some search examples in a minute, some basic usage. We'll show some of the information that Shodan can reveal, and we'll also talk about some of the alternatives such as SumI and Census. So let's just switch to my screen here. Whoops, one sec. Display capture. There we go. Okay, so this is the Shodan site. One sec, let me just fit that to the screen. Alright, so Shodan, this is the main Shodan thing. If you want to do more advanced stuff like using filters or downloading data, you will need to make an account, which I already have here. Let's sign in real quick. So this is the main page, and up here you can tell it what you want to search for. So there's some general information you can see here. It's used by quite a lot of people. There are a bunch of plugins. There are some downloads and stuff. These are like personal downloads. Pricing. I got my account. These are general pricing. You see up to main results. If you wait to Black Friday, you can get. I got my account on Black Friday for $5 US, which is normally about 50. Yeah, so if you wait to Black Friday, you can get a good cheap account it gives you 100 query credits, which are used in the Shodan command line program to download matches. There is an API reference here which you can look for if you want to do any programming with it. Integrations, so there are like plugins and stuff for various tools. Like you see here, there's a Metasploit module. There's also Nmap module, reconnaissance, and I believe there's also a Matigo module, which we will cover later. But let's just go back here. So if you click on Explorer, you can see some of the recently shared searches. So if you click on one of these, you can see examples. But let's see here. Alright, so I don't want to go into any cameras, I think. Alright, Dreambox. So you can see here, this is just looking for Dreambox devices in Spain. You can see here there are 463 of these. One thing to note is they may or may not all be online. They may have changed their IP addresses because Shodan does do regular scans, but sometimes the information can be outdated, and sometimes devices can go offline, or the IP can be changed if they restart a router, for example, DHCP addresses, etc. We see here it gives us, it says these are all located in Spain. You can see by that little map here, this is Spain. It gives us some of the cities, which you can narrow it down by, as well as some of the services that could be running on it. And we can also see here these are the banners of some services. By banner, this is basically what you would see if you logged in with Telnet. So let's just go to this first one. You see you've got IP. This is an estimated location based upon its IP address. This is when it was last scanned. We can see it's running an FTP server called Dreambox FTPD, or Dreambox FTP daemon. It's running the Gemini project, which is a mod. Yeah, it's a custom firmware, I believe. As you can see here, for the Dreamboxes, has got some web services, and another one here. So I'll open them in a new tab. This one, you can see it's asking for a password. There are some vulnerabilities for the Dreamboxes, but I'm not going to get into that. Later we may cover brute forcing, which we can actually do on a website. I guess here we can do a HTTP form brute force, where it'll basically try like every combination to get into this. But we'll cover that later on our own testing ground. Okay. So there's a getting started guide here, which covers some other stuff. So pretty much anything that is connected to the internet you can look up here. So if you wanted to, if you knew a vulnerability that affected, say, routers, in fact, let's just, there is a CenturyLink router vulnerability. I can't remember the exact model. Here it is. P said the exact router required is this. So we can take this, we can put that in to Shodan, and we can filter by ISP type, which is CenturyLink. So this is a relatively old exploit, but it was a while ago. Some researchers found out that CenturyLink had hard-coded credentials, like hard-coded logins for their routers. So what we're doing, the exact login I think was admin and then CenturyLink. So what we do here, we can look up for the vulnerable routers, which we know is this model, and it shows up on Telnet here. This is what shows up on Telnet. We can look up the organization that owns it, which is CenturyLink, because that's the ISP. If it was a different company like Comcast or BT or AT&T or something, you could use them. And if you want to filter this down even more, we only want Telnet devices. So now everything on this list is Telnet, and we have a map here that shows most of these are in the United States of America, and so these are all in the US. We can look this up again. You can see city information, last time it was scanned, and the services that are normally running, which in this case is just the Telnet login. So that's it for the basic Telnet, the basic Shodan usage. yeah, so we're only going to cover the basics here, as this is ethical hacking, the basics. Later we may cover a more in-depth shooting more in depth later, but for now this is enough. But as you can see, we can get quite a lot of information, as well as some DDoS with like first host names. So a lot of ISPs, like you can go to this link, which will also just link back to this IP address. So let's just go back to the PowerPoint. Oh, so real quick, we'll cover the alternatives. So you have Sumai, which is a Chinese company, I believe. Which is similar to Shodan. However, Shodan has been around longer and is better well known. Yeah, so you can look up devices. So again, let's look up that router. Oops. Okay, after look up the router, we get the information. Now, Sumai is pretty useful. You can actually look back over time. You can see the amount of devices. Whereas Shodan's good for getting current information, but Sumai actually archives information on like a yearly basis. As you can see here, we've got country, product, so this would be what software's running on it. You can filter by telnet here, and port, and it also shows recommended vulnerabilities here sometimes. And just like Shodan, you can actually contribute your dork, which other people can actually look up at the explore thing. You see here they have a nice statistics platform as well, and they have their own developer platform, etc. Just thought I'd mention it. Sumai is pretty good if you want to do like research on past devices. However, I'm more used to Shodan. And finally, we have Census. So Census again is quite a lot like Shodan and Sumai. You can actually look up a router again. You can choose IPv4 website certificates. So if you want to look up for a specific certificate match, that can be useful. And again, it will show you some general information like the company, port, service, and a bit of the banner, as well as its location and what it believes it to be. Like you can see here, it thinks most of these are cable modems and they're embedded devices with telnet. But the main reason they use Census is they actually have, well, let's check their pricing. Yeah, pricing is pretty expensive, but they do have a lot of free data sets which you can download here. I don't want to sign in, but yeah, you can actually download the free data sets. So this covers, these are basically all the IP addresses with a common port open. So this port 0, which is just a ping request, will likely contain pretty much every IPv4 address. This will contain every telnet address, and this will contain like every SSH address, etc. So these will be you can actually just download these files. You have to sign in. Actually, yeah, let's sign in. You can actually, yeah, you can download the file in different formats. Let's just say we want let's download this. Yeah, so you can actually just download that and you have the file. One thing that there is, files are usually quite large and they only do common ports. So if you want to look for a specific like niche port that isn't that common, you will either have to pay or use a different service like Shodan or Sumi. So let's just go back to the PowerPoint. Okay. So Google can actually be pretty valuable for some basic reconnaissance. We'll talk about some general usage, example search queries, and advanced usage. So let's just go back to our screen here. General usage, you can just search up like a name of someone. So you can do something like Mark Zuckerberg, etc. You can get some general information on them. You can also just look up Facebook and it'll give you like Facebook stuff, but this is just stuff that pretty much anyone can do. We want a bit more in depth, so we can do in URL Facebook. Wait a minute. In your Facebook, oops. There we are. So this only shows references that have the Facebook.com in them. Right. Wait a minute, I think the stream is dropping frames. Alright, everything looks fine actually. Okay. We can actually look for, yeah, there are some advanced things you can do on Google to get more valuable information. So we can actually look up a certain time period. So let's say we only want information about Mark Zuckerberg from 2017, and let's do a CAPTCHA. Okay, submit. Okay, so this will only show stuff that was published in 2017, which can be good for narrowing it down. Just note that these techniques can be used on anyone. I'm just doing Mark Zuckerberg because it's a celebrity. I don't want to actually target any particular person, individual. And yeah, I only want to use public examples for legal reasons. See, trying to think real quick. So you can actually search for file types, etc. as well. I forgot about this. File type PDF. Sec. Alright, there. So now this will only show PDF PDF files that were released in 2017 and contain Mark Zuckerberg's name. We can actually click on these and read through it, etc. If you want something newer, you can do 2018. Let's just take you some site. But yeah, these are all, most of these are PDF files. Some of them don't actually, some of them link to other things or just contain over PDF. You can actually look at cache as well, but we don't really care about cache. We want stuff that is current. And we can look at stuff in the title. So by title we mean this here bit up top. Let's see, we can actually filter. So Facebook, yeah, so this is all matches that contain Facebook in their title bar up here. Let's go to Facebook real quick. Yeah, so Google isn't as reliable, but you can get quite a lot of good information. You can look at sites. Yeah, so we can actually limit this to a specific site. Let's see, facebook.com. And now it'll only show us data that contains Mark Zuckerberg that is on the Facebook domain name. So this helps limit it down as well. Alright, so we have that done. This isn't really related to Google, but most sites have a robots.txt file, which can be useful if you want to find some hidden files or something, stuff that normally you wouldn't be able to find on Google, because the robots.txt file normally it's normally used by the web crawler programs, actually programs that search engines use to map the websites. This basically tells the bots not to show anything that matches these files, but you can open this file up in your web browser and you can basically see like a bunch of hidden files that won't actually show up on a search engine. Just note that these aren't technically hidden, like you probably will come across these if you search hard enough, but they won't come up on a regular search engine by default. Okay, so that's enough for our basic Google usage. Let's just go back to the PowerPoint here. There we are. So we'll do some WHOIS, an IP lookup. We'll talk about the general usage. You can either use the command or our websites. If you're using the command, you might have to install ns lookup. We'll do some examples, search queries, advanced usage, and identifying targets. So WHOIS, let's see. Go back to my display. Let's see. I'll do a URL to IP. So WHOIS normally works with domains and IP addresses, but since we're going to be doing some IP lookup later, we'll do an IP address. And this is IPv4, which means you can't really look it up. We'll do WHOIS, just ICANN is the recommended one because ICANN is basically assigns all the names, all the domain names on the internet in a way. look up Google. Okay, so we get quite a lot of information here. Register, so this is the company that they go through to actually register their domain. When it was created, you can see it's 1997, the 9th of the 15th, so this is actually in reverse. That would be November 15th, I believe. Can't remember off the top of my head. So you can get some good information here if you want to contact them. You get their abuse email, phone number, the name of the organization, Google, location, etc. Name servers, where they're actually located. Sometimes you will actually get a physical address as well. It's kind of a mixed bag of what you actually get. If you're using like a personal site, you'd usually get quite a lot of information. Like you could actually get someone's real address if they didn't use WHOIS protection, which I believe is free with most hosts now. So we can go. You can look up network coordination centers, which are essentially they assign IP addresses regionally, but you can actually use them kind of like WHOIS to get even more information. You will need an IP address, so I'm just going to use 8.8.8, which is Google's DNS IP address. RIPE, I can't remember what RIPE is. I think it's European. You see, it's not managed by RIPE, but we have other lookups here. We can look it up in AFNIC, which is Africa, Asian Pacific, or North America. We will use North America since this is Google, and from WHOIS we can see it's in US. Now if you were using the command line version, it would automatically do this for you. Okay, so this gives us some good information if you want to actually do network scanning on a host. You can see the net range, the city here, which is basically their subnet. So if you want to do a network scan, you could scan this here and it'll give you all the hosts on their subnet. You can see the name. This essentially just means Google. Organization, you can see this is registered to Google. When it was registered, 2014, and when it was last updated. And here we can actually see this gives us an address. So 1600 Amphitheater Parkway, Mountain View. I believe that's Canada. The postcode, country, when it was registered, or when the company was registered, I believe, and when it was last updated. There are links here to the different contacts like tech, abuse, and admin. A lot of this information is duplicated. Yeah, and you can see some of the notes that they leave here, and also an office phone number, which can be useful for social engineering, which we may cover later in the series. But once you build up enough data from reconnaissance, you can actually do quite a lot with it, such as social engineering. There's GeoIP as well, which is pretty basic. You can do GeoIP, and you just type in IP address or use your IP address, and it'll just tell you where it thinks you're at. Note that I'm not actually in London. But yeah, GeoIP is very basic. It will usually just tell you where your ISP or the exchange center that you're using is located, but it's not a reliable way of finding out where someone is. Okay, back to the PowerPoint. Okay, so we've already covered most of these things. Identifying targets, again, I'll go back to that CDR, like that subnet range. So here there's 8.8.0/24. That's essentially your target range. That will give you that you can put it into nmap and it'll scan all of the hosts on that port. Okay, so network scanning. Now we're actually on the lookup Calais. Sorry, we've got lookup Calais and we're actually going to do some network scanning. Okay, so we'll log into our VM that we set up last week. And we'll want to install nmap and mass scan. Okay, they're already installed, that's fine. So we can either scan a single IP address. I'm going to do localhost, which is this machine. You can see nothing's open. You can also do OL, I believe, for output file. And this tells us the same thing, but it'll save as a file this time. Yeah, just -o actually. Yeah, so this saves that as a file. Any results? There are quite a lot of commands. If you want to know all of the commands, you can do help, and it'll tell you what they do, what they mean, etc. If you're going, nmap is good for scanning like single hosts. If you're going to scan a wide range of hosts, I would recommend mass scan. It's just faster because it's multi-threaded and it doesn't do a there are a bunch of reasons for and against mass scan and nmap. Nmap, you do have scripts which make it easier for identifying vulnerabilities, whereas mass scan is good if you want to scan like a wide range of hosts for open services. So I'm going to open up a terminal here. We'll see if I start SSH and I load nmap. Let's turn off our output log for now. We can see SSH is in fact open. We can do verbose, which gives us a little bit more information. I can't remember what the exact command is, but there's one for getting banner. Oops, grep. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can actually use IL if you want to like read a bunch of IP addresses or domain names from a file. PN. I normally use this, but it's not really. You don't really need to use it because it will actually take longer. Yeah, I actually can't remember what the command was off the top of my head, but there's one where I'll tell you like the specific version. But yeah, you can use something like Netcat, and you can just do IP address and the port, and it'll tell you the banner. In this case, we can see it's running OpenSSH 7.7 on a Debian system, which Kali is based off. It's not Debian 2 now, but it is a Debian system. These banners will mean different things depending on what's actually running. You can use mass scan, which will do the similar thing with different syntax. You do OG, which will just make it easy for searching through. So save it as a file. Okay. So cat out.log, nothing there. Sometimes it isn't really reliable, but it does its best. But again, going back to our RNAC here, or ARN, or whatever you want to call it, you can see our CDIN range for Google. Now if we want to scan that, we can run mass scan 8.8.8.0/24. Okay. We can tell it to only show us ports on 22 dash banners, so this will give us the banner information like we saw with Netcat, where it'll tell us OpenSSH and some general information of what's running on that port. And we can do OX if you want to save it as a XML file, or OG if you want to just pipe it into another program. Otherwise, if you don't add those commands, it will just output it to a terminal, it won't save it anywhere. So by default, yeah, you can see here it's scanning 256 ports. That doesn't look like any are running port, and it doesn't look like any of them are running anything on port 22. It's fine. We can adjust the rate if you want. So by default, it is pretty slow. But if you want to go faster, if you can go faster, you can change this to whatever you want. I'm going to cancel it there because it will kill your network if you're on a standard home connection. But mass scan has been used to scan the entire internet, which is, well, the entire IPv4 version of the internet, which is 4,294,000,000 IP addresses, and it's been able to do that in like 3 minutes, supposedly. So we've done some network mapping. Right, we can use Fierce. Fierce is actually one of my favorite tools right now. This can be useful for finding targets to actually scan with Nmap or mass scan, because it will look up the DNS records and it will do some magic in the background to basically find domains and IP addresses to search. So you just run the command Fierce. You'll want to install it. If you're using Kali, it'll be installed by default. I believe you can just do apt-get install Fierce on Debian, but I'm not sure. By default, so the command here, fierce.dns google.com, we're going to basically search for all domains, subdomains for google.com. By default, this will just output everything to terminal and save everything. If you do -file, you can do Google log, we'll save it there, hit enter, and now this will do some scanning. And this can take a minute or two depending on how many domains there are, how many references there are in DNS, etc. But generally it takes at most 10 minutes. But this does depend on your network speed. Okay, so I'll just give that a minute to run. Okay, we have our first result here. We have the IP address 172.217.23.4, which relates to this domain for Google subdomain. We can also see we have the accounts of Google one on a different IP address. It is important to note that bigger companies will use multiple servers for different subdomains, different services, etc. So looking for these weak points can be pretty useful. You see here we find the admin.google page on this IP address. In fact, why not? Let's just take a quick look at what this is. So I'm admin console. I'm guessing this is either something internal to Google, or it's like your account dashboard, but I'm not exactly sure. And you can see we get more domains, etc. This will take a while depending on the size of the company. The more domains and stuff they have, the larger, the longer it'll take. Also, write the file to the end usually, but we'll just leave that running and we will move on to the PowerPoint. But yeah, you can basically use these IP addresses. You can scan them with Nmap or mass scan, and you can, from that, you can possibly find weak points or services that can be exploited later. One thing, yeah, so gathering data, basically looking through Fierce there, we can find websites and stuff that would kind of be hidden to us. Like if you don't know the subdomains, we can now look at them from DNS records. Sometimes you will find with Nmaps some unprotected servers which are shown. I have actually found unprotected servers using Nmap which have shown like development files and stuff that generally shouldn't be public but was accidentally left public. So let's see, data leaks, right? So there are quite a lot of people that use weak passwords. There's quite a lot of sites get hacked and these passwords get posted online. I can't, for legal reasons, I probably can't discuss how to find them, but generally you can search on pastebin. Let's go here. Pastebin. Password dumps usually. I can't remember the exact name of the site, but there's one that have it been pwned used to have a list of like pastebins which had leaked passwords. You can see here this one we found on Google real quick, just shows us some passwords, email addresses and passwords. If these have it been pwned here, let's just say we want to find the password for, okay, let's see here. Let's say we have this email address, but we didn't know what the password was. We can enter the email address and have it been pwned. This will tell us if we have any security, this will tell us if our email address has been found on any known pastebins or pastes. And then from this we could actually do a bit of research and find a paste like this here, which could contain a password that they might use, because a lot of people might reuse their passwords, or it might give us a clue of what their password could be. Like some people might do password and change from password to password 1 or password 2, just small changes to the thing which can be very vulnerable. I haven't noticed this before. Let's see what this is. Oh yeah, it's just a generator. There used to be an RSS feed up here which would show you the things, but they lost that, I believe. There's the Dumpmon Twitter account. Dumpmon. Yeah, this here like posts just posts a bunch of paste bins and stuff. It copies them to a site, and you can basically look at these, and you can actually just make a script if you wanted that would download all these, put them into like Hydra and brute force, like try to check the logins against sites like Gmail, etc. See if any of them are fouled. But we may cover that later. Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for daily. Please note that this is only the basics. We may cover more advanced stuff later in the series. Okay, using information again, you can, from this information, you can probably, there's a good chance you can do some social engineering and find out what their password could be, or use the information you have to find more information about them. So if you have an email address or a password, you can try it on different sites like Facebook, if you can get Facebook login, or if you can actually access their email, you can see all the sites that they've used that email address on. Reset their passwords, because you have their email account, you can reset their passwords and log into those accounts as well. And finally, we move on to social networks, and I believe I have actually misspelled that. So this will be real quick. It's pretty basic. On a social network, we can actually look up someone like Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. You can get quite a lot of information. You can get their name, of course. A lot of people will willingly post their own stuff up on Facebook. Even a private account can contain some useful information. So you see here, we know where Mark Zuckerberg works, education, rough location. Some people do post stuff publicly, so you can normally read their comments as well. But also you have their profile picture, and you can do a reverse image search. Tina, I believe is a good one. You can do a reverse image search, and you can find out where this photo has actually been used before. Let's just copy this URL. Oops, my screen just went dead. What's happening, my monitor? Okay, sorry about that. Yep, we're back. Yeah, so tonight we can see where this picture has been used before. You can see it's actually been used on some site called connectsafely.org. It was called this file. It was found at this date. You can see that they all use the same. They all have around about the same file size, same dimensions, etc. Some of these are actually bigger pictures, different resolutions, but they do all look similar. And from this, I actually see like different sites and stuff that this account might actually have used. So that can be useful, because again, social networks, a lot of people just willingly hand over their data, which you can extract and interpret to get more and more information on a potential target. We'll cover this later, but later in the series maybe. But you can also do, there are various social engineering attacks that you can do against someone. Like if you can get their email address, again, you can look up and look up recent data breaches, see if their password is leaked. You can probably log into their email. If you get their email, you can find out their other accounts. You can reset their accounts, then you can log into those accounts, etc. And yeah. So targeting weak points, targeting weak points, again, you can find family, friends, etc. You can get quite a lot of useful information. A lot of people do post stuff on Facebook that they probably shouldn't. This is important to note if you own a business, because your employees might actually be posting company information on their accounts without them even knowing it. if they're like standing at their office or something, they might take a picture of themselves, but unknowingly they might actually have something in the background which could be useful for an attacker. It is just something to note that social media should be what's the word here? Social media should be you should be very careful on social media of what you post. Really, it can be quite damaging to both you and anyone that you work with. But yeah, let's see. We have actually been streaming here for 55 minutes nearly. So I believe that is all for today. Let me just check what I have on my live coding page. Next week, I believe we are covering hiding in the shadows. Yes. So next week we'll be covering Tor, proxy change, OpenVPN, Mac changer, a bunch of other stuff. General anonymization. Anonymization best practices, and basically staying secure and anonymous online. So that's what we'll be doing next week. But until then, thanks for watching. Please follow, subscribe, etc. I will see you guys next week. Also, I'm sorry today's stream was actually a bit late. I normally stream at 8 PM on Saturdays. I had to delay this to 9 PM today. But anyway, thanks for watching and goodbye. Okay, so welcome back to Ethical Hacking Basics. Today we're going to be covering being anonymous and hiding in the shadows. Today we're going to cover proxies, VPNs, Tor, and how to separate how and why you should separate your identities and behaviors online. So let's just get into it. So proxies are probably the most basic form of anonymization that we currently have. What a proxy does is essentially it redirects your traffic. So let me just load up Paint here real quick. So yeah, let's go to my screen here. 1 sec. Okay. So a proxy is very simple. So let's say you're here and you want to talk to Amazon, which is over here. Now what a proxy will do is, we'll have yellow for a proxy server. So rather than you talking directly to Amazon, which would show your IP address and some other information, you'll first talk to this proxy server, and then from the proxy server it will talk to Amazon, and this will relay data back and forth. So let's relay this. Let's label this. Okay, so this is Amazon. This is the proxy server. And this is the user. So at the most basic level, the user talks to the proxy server and the proxy server talks to Amazon. Now there are a few reasons why you would be there are a few benefits to this. Mainly it's fairly easy to do, but it's easy and it's usually faster compared to other stuff like VPNs. However, this isn't really much of a factor as computing power does increase over time. But generally, proxy servers are faster. However, you do lose some protections that you have with a VPN that you'll talk about later. Another thing about proxies is proxies usually are only configured for one service, so like it might only be configured for your web browser. It might not be configured for games or other stuff, whereas a VPN will do your entire network. It will encrypt all your network traffic and relay that. So let's just go back to our PowerPoint here. So it allows a user to easily master IP address, essentially because you're talking to the proxy server, and the proxy server is actually the ones connecting to the site. All that site will see is the proxy server's address, and not the user IP address. There is a problem where if the proxy server is compromised, or if you're using a rogue proxy server, if an attacker is able to set up a proxy server, then they will have your IP address, and they can also see any data that's being exchanged in between the two. And the other problem is that the proxies do have limited support, limited protocol support. So usually they only support like HTTP, HTTPS, and SOCKS. However, they can be configured for a wide range of protocols. Just commonly, they're only used for a few different protocols. Okay, so now you have VPNs, or virtual private networks. VPNs act as an encrypted tunnel that protects you from local attacks, keyword being local. So if we go back to our let's see here, one sec, back to our display. So basically, so with a proxy server, a VPN is very similar to a proxy server, except now your data is encrypted, at least from the user to the server. So let's score this out. VPN server. So now your data is encrypted from your device to the server, and then from the server to a website like Amazon. It does allow you to mask your IP address just like a proxy. However, unlike a proxy, it does do your entire network traffic, which means games and other stuff can run through a VPN. However, you will have that trade-off, because as it's encrypted, you will have to use more processing power, which can be slower compared to a proxy, or without any additional tools. Okay, so we'll go back to the PowerPoint. So the main problem is you have a trade-off between speed and security, and also, as I noted up here, this only really protects you from local attacks. You have to actually, you have to actually trust the VPN provider, because if it's a rogue VPN provider, then they can actually see all your traffic. So a VPN only really protects you from local attacks on like your local network. It's not really secure. It can be if someone was able to compromise the VPN server, or were just monitoring the VPN server, they could still see the traffic as if you weren't using a VPN at all. However, it does still hide your IP address unless the VPN server has been compromised. So common programs. Common programs are usually OpenVPN. There are different clients for this. So we'll go to it. So OpenVPN is the most common solution. There's an open source version of it, and a lot of companies do build off OpenVPN and create like nice UIs around it to make it easy to get set up and going. Yeah, so OpenVPN, it does take a bit to get the actual OpenVPN client set up and the server set up, but there are again companies and services that already have everything in a nice package that's easy to use. Okay. One thing I forgot. Oops. Back here we have use cases. Normally you would do this if you want to get around GeoIP restrictions or throttling, because this will basically make your traffic, it'll encrypt your traffic so your ISP or internet service provider can't see what you are doing, which can get around some restrictions on your network, like if a certain site's blocked. Okay, so Tor we have the onion writer. Tor basically takes multiple hops to and from your device. So let me just get a diagram here real quick. Switch the screen. So here we have Tor. Basically, at no point does the server know who you are. So here we have Alice and Dave. Normally you would just connect directly to it, but you can go through Tor, which means Alice's computer knows this node only knows this node, and then this node only knows the node before it. So let's put this in paint. So you connect, let's do red. You connect here, oops, and then this node, put this blue. So these two nodes here only see each other, and oops. And this node only knows this node. So, and then this node, the exit node connects to the actual network, the actual device. So this way, each node only knows the previous node. So if this node here was, if this node here was compromised, then you'd only get information about this node. I'm not really gonna be able to draw. Yeah, so if this node was compromised, you'd only get information about this node, which means it'll be much harder to actually do any attacks on it. I know I'm not really explaining this the best, but it is probably one of the most secure ways to do it. One of the big disadvantages is that it is a lot slower. Tor is essentially a proxy. It works in similar protocols, but there's the Tor browser, which has everything set up for you. The main problem is speed, but a lot of the again, the Tor is probably the slowest solution, but the most secure. One of the problems you have to note is the I forgot what I was going to say. Tor is most secure, but it is much slower than a VPN. However, most Tor clients will actually automatically change your IP address with every connection. So if you go to Amazon, well, you can't really use Amazon, which we'll talk about later. But if you go to example.com, for example, your IP address might be 1.1.1, but on the next refresh it might be 2.2.2 or some other random IP address, because it randomizes it with each request, and it usually goes through multiple nodes, so that's why it's much slower, because it can actually back a picture here, it can actually go between 3 or 4 different nodes before actually getting to the device. When it should be used, well, Tor was originally used for the Navy to send communications. Tor, ideally you'd use it all the time, but again, you do have that trade-off between speed, and there are some attacks that you can do on the Tor network, which we'll talk about in the next bit. But I would say use Tor for like just general web browsing, because the more people use Tor, the more secure it is, because the more people that use it, it's harder to filter and do de-anonymization attacks, just because you have so much data to sort through. And again, Tor versus VPNs, we've covered that Tor is much more secure, because each node only knows the previous node. It doesn't know who sent the request, but it is much slower than a VPN. And a VPN still requires you to, a VPN only moves the problem to a server, whereas if you connect a Tor hidden service and everything's inside the Tor network, then you can't really do any outside attacks if the server is set up correctly. And that should be about it. I'm just trying to think. Here's one more thing I was trying to think of for Tor. Oh yeah, so Tor also has hidden services, which they're basically like special websites or a service like IRC or something, where you can only get to it with a .onion domain, and usually you'll find these like forums or stuff, but like it's very rare for you to just randomly, it's very hard for you to just randomly find a website unless you actually go looking for it. There are sites on Reddit that show some of them, but the harder to find stuff, you will have to actually go search for it. And again, a lot of people are scared of the whole darknet thing, but you're not going to find anything unless you go looking for it. Right. Okay, finally, we have separating identities and identifiable traits. So the first thing I have is the importance of different behaviors. Let's say you normally go on to Reddit every day at 1 p.m. So for a baseline, let's say we, one sec here. Let's switch to my screen. Okay, so let's put this. So the baseline, this will be your we'll call this unprotected state. So this will be like your normal internet connection. Okay, let's say you normally go to Reddit at 1 p.m. every Monday or so, and let's say you only go to let's say you only visit /r/funny. I see, and let's say you normally look at the news in a certain area. So for example, UK news, and you might look up the weather in a certain location. Okay, so this is just a very basic example. Okay, so now if you do the same stuff on Tor, let's say if you do the same behaviors on Tor that you normally do on the real internet, then it can't feature anonymization, because if someone controls your exit nodes, if someone has access to a exit node which basically connects your computer to the internet, or if there's like a rogue server or some other way you've been compromised, now an attacker, well, this also applies to proxies and the VPN, because these are all like network-based attacks. But now, if you know your target always does these three particular things, I mean, it doesn't have to be these exactly. It could be something similar, like they might visit Facebook every day, and they might use certain words or something like that. They might talk a certain way. But now, if you can find out the identifiable characteristics, you can identify who is actually using the service without actually having to really exploit their computer. Just by looking at the network traffic, you can identify who's using it. Right. So we'll talk about changing characteristics such as your MAC address, screeners, etc., and preventing information leaks. So that's it for the PowerPoint. Now we'll go over to our virtual machine and we will get set up. Let's use our lane password. So we're only going to, for the sake of convenience, we're only going to set up Tor today, and I'm going to show you some of the ways you can like change your characteristics. Mostly because proxies and VPN, they vary from program to program. But we're going to set up the Tor browser, which is basically a modified version of Mozilla Firefox that is pre-configured for Tor. Okay, so we'll just load up Firefox. I believe you can actually install it through the repositories now using the command line, but for the sake of convenience and making it generic as possible, we'll go and download it through the Tor website. Okay, so we'll go to torproject.org. Okay, you can just click on the download Tor bit. We're running Linux here, but so we'll want to download the Linux 64-bit. And you also want to download the signature as well, just to make sure that your files haven't been tampered with. Let's just save that. We want to verify the files are correct. So we want to make sure our files haven't been tampered with. So let's give this a sec to actually download. Alright. Now let's open up a terminal. We'll go to our downloads folder. Right. What was it? I can't remember the exact command for this type of signature. Anyway, here. Well, we can start extracting the files first. Because I am fairly positive that the files are real. Alright, I just realized it's GPG, not Let's try this again. I believe there's actually a guide on Tor's website to verifying. Apparently I actually have to add in the key servers for Tor. So this will be gpg-fingerprint and then the Tor project's fingerprint, which is this C6 9 C6 7 9 3 2 8 wait a minute 2 CE 879 3 2 8 9 8 2 9. Oh wait, I need to add a key server first. /key server you can just copy this key here. And run the fingerprint. Okay, good. So we can see here it says it's from Tor, and now we should be able to just verify our file. Let's see. Clear this actually. Okay. So it looks like this is, yeah, so this is actually a good key. And you can see it says good signature from the Tor project developers here of the signing key. Again, you don't have to go through the steps of verifying it if you really don't want to, but I do recommend it just because it does make you a bit more secure. You can run the start desktop thing here usually, but that's usually just an icon, like a desktop shortcut. So we'll want to go here. I'll just run the start browser. Oh, yeah, I forgot you can't run it as root. So we'll make a new account here. Yeah, so for security reasons, Tor won't let you run it as root because that is the system level account, and you do not want to mess with the system level account. And also the fact that if your browser is compromised, you have full access to your machine. So I forgot, I should have added this user before. Normal people have to deal with this if you're not running as root. If you're just running as a standard user, you'll be fine. I'm just gonna copy the files from my other account. Oh, I need to do CP for copy. Get that a second. Okay, good. So now we have these files. I can log out here. So these should now be in our downloads folder. Go to Tor browser. One sec. Oh, I need to set permissions. Okay, it should be fine now. Alright, so now it's gonna start the Tor browser. Okay, let me just check Open Broadcaster here real quick. Okay, good. So it asks us if how we want to connect to Tor. You can connect directly, or you can configure a bridge. A bridge is basically a proxy. This is you'd normally want to configure a bridge if you were in a place that blocks Tor. Certain countries can do that, but most places you can just connect directly. And I forgot, you will have to actually make sure that your time is set correctly, because of the way that Tor's encryption works. So, because I'm running a virtual machine here, I will actually have to change my, fix my time here. hopefully this will update in the virtual machine. Click on our settings. I'll close Tor for now. And I'll just restart this. So so we're gonna stop Tor, and then we're gonna talk about sort of identifiable traits and stuff that you normally give to websites when you visit them. So you have your user agent header, which this is normally used in with websites. So your browser would normally send stuff like what operating system you're using, what version. If you're on like a phone, it might tell you what model of phone they're using, what browser they're using, and from that you can get quite a lot of information. Let's give this a second. Okay. Log back in. Oh, another thing to know about Tor is by default it does delete your history after you're done. There are also operating systems like Tails, which I really recommend if you want to use this. Tails is like a live operating system that has everything pre-configured for you. But you can install a normal system. You can also install on Windows as well if you want. But we are mainly focused on the current thing. Well, I'll have to fix this some other day, but yeah, I need to fix the time before I can start Tor, so I'll fix that for the next episode. But it's important to note that your normal browsers do give away quite a lot of information, whether you know it or not. So yeah, that will do it for today. I hope you enjoyed. We might cover a bit more. We'll cover this more in depth maybe later in the series. But this is just the basics so far. Next week, I believe. Let me just check my schedule real quick. Okay, so next week we are covering brute force and login attacks, but I might cover a bit more on Tor and our stuff at the start. So I hope you enjoyed watching. Please follow, subscribe, etc. And I will see you next week. Thanks for watching and goodbye. Okay. Welcome to another episode of Ethical Hacking Basics. Today I'll be covering brute force and login attacks. So today we'll be covering SQL injection briefly, dictionary, brute force attacks, and weak encryption and insecure storage of credentials. So what is SQI? SQI, also known as SQL injection, allows an attacker to inject malicious SQL code into a insecure web application or form typically. It's commonly used to dump database contents, allowing the attacker to view all of their records, and insecure storage of credentials can lead to mass exploitation. What I mean by that is typically people tend to use the same email and password on multiple sites. So if an attacker can breach one site and get the contents of that database, then they can potentially use that in other places. Now, we're not going to cover SQL injection examples today. We might do that later in the future because there are different examples. It's a lot more complex. But typically SQL, you can inject SQL code in and you can run commands on applications or forms that don't sanitize user input. So generally, if you are developing a website or application, you should always treat user input as if it is malicious. Okay, so dictionary attacks. This is the simplest sort of attack we have. It's similar to a brute force attack, which we'll cover next. However, it uses a smaller key space, and what a key space is, basically it means there's a lower amount of tries. So rather than trying every possible combination, you only need to search for certain phrases or words, etc. So rather than doing AAAB, if you know their password might contain a word, you can just search for combinations that include that word rather than just random letters. And because of that, it is typically faster, and it can be useful for social engineering attacks with programs such as CUPS, which is the Common User Password Profiler. And CUPS is useful for generating passwords based upon common characteristics. So, for example, people might use their name in their password, they might use like the date of birth, etc. So you can just enter in like their name, date of birth, and CUPS will generate a password list with all of that information. Okay, brute force attacks. Brute force attacks are typically, they take the longest to complete because you are trying every possible combinations. They tend to try every possible combination or exhaust a key space. What I mean by key space, you can limit a brute force attack to a certain area. So, for example, if you only wanted to include numbers, then it would only do numbers. If you wanted to do only numbers between 2 and 9, and you only want to do letters A to F, you could do that there, which would significantly reduce the amount of time required and reduce the amount of tries needed. It's commonly confused with dictionary brute force attacks because when you put a server up on the internet, you might see a lot of people trying to log in. They typically use common passwords, which you'd use in a dictionary attack, whereas a brute force tries just random letters and numbers to log in. And this leads us to the last slide of the PowerPoint here. Insecure storage. Insecure storage of credentials can allow an attacker to quickly and easily use credentials for malicious purposes. So again, if you can get access to one database, if for example you have access to that Facebook's database, you can have their email, and then some people might use the password on Facebook, the same password to use on Facebook as their email password, so then you can log into their email. Basically, credential reuse is a major problem in this industry. Salting or hashing user credentials can help prevent or delay the password cracking process, as secure hash and password can take thousands of years to crack with current technology. However, you have to note that a lot of people use common passwords or passwords that are just really insecure. Salting or hashing normally takes place on the server side, so it's really down to the developer, and you should never ever store credentials in plain text. If it's stored in plain text, then it's basically a game over as soon as someone dumps your database, because you don't have to waste time cracking it. Okay, that's the end of our PowerPoint. So I'll switch over to our display here, and we'll start some examples today. Okay, we have our Kali box here. I'll log in. I can type right. Alright, let's just include that for now. Okay. So we're going to start machines first. We can check the log for off the log there. Okay. So this is going in our logs that we get a success. Well, yeah, we can also see here it failed because we typed the wrong password in. Try that again. I think my caps lock was on. Oh, I know why actually. It's because I can't do because by default Kali doesn't let SSH login with root. So let's just create a new account. We're going to call this fun user. Alright. So we should be able to log in as fun user R127. If we bring up our logs again, let's just go down here a bit. Now if we try to log in, we can see over here we have a new session created, so that's a successful login, accepted password up here, etc. So whenever we get a successful login, we'll both see that in our brute force program and in the both our brute force program and in the server logs. So for SSH, we're going to just use Hydra. Hydra supports a wide range of protocols and is a command line program. So typically you'll want to just install using apt if you're using Kali, or I believe it's in the Debian standard repositories. If not, you can compile it from the GitHub repository. And we're going to need to create a password list. So let's just make a new directory, call this dictionary attack. Okay, so let's just run Hydra here and it'll give us our help menu. And here we can see some of the options. So you can do -L, lowercase l, login if you only want to do one username, or -L, capital L, for and then a file name, and it will try every username in that file. Similarly for -P, you can try one password or you can try a password file. -C is if you have both the username and the password in a colon separated file. -M is the service. -M is the list of servers to attack, so this could be a file list, or if you don't specify -M, it'll just use whatever IP address you specify. -T is basically the number of threads. Default is 16 for most of them, so this will try 16 tries per second approximately. -U is service module. We don't need to worry about that. -H just brings up help menu like this here for each of the things, each of the arguments. Server is the IP address, or you can use a range. Service is either what protocol you're using, and -op is some additional stuff. And then down here you can see some of the supported services, but there are also forks that support more services. let's just create a password file. I'll do root tor password, not a password, and lame password is our actual password. Now you can generate these. You can generate a password list through a variety of ways, or you can download pre-made ones. A good place for getting standard or leaked password lists. You can go to GitHub and use Daniel Meister's seclists, which use a the seclist repository has a range of different passwords. There's the 10k common one, which is just 10,000 most common passwords. There's also lists of passwords that have been showing up in leaked databases. So you can download that there and use those files if you want to, which I'll show later. So Hydra. Now, getting a username can be a bit difficult, but if you already know the username, like for example, you have brute force an email address, then you can use the email as a login, as the username. But if you don't know what the username is, you can try doing a timing attack, particularly against SSH. There's a vulnerability in SSH where you can do a timing attack on version of SSH before OpenSSH 7.2, I believe. And this basically means that you can find out what users exist in the system based upon the amount of time between it. It is a very slow method, but you can compare. You can get a list of like common usernames, and from that there you can see which one of those usernames are actually valid on those systems, like what usernames exist on the system. But for the purposes of this, we already know the username. We'll do -p for our password list, which is called password. I'll do SSH and the IP address, which is localhost. And I've mistyped something. Oh, unknown service. So rearrange these two. There we go. And over here, we can see a ton of accesses. So you can see here, it tried to connect this IP address. It tried to connect to again because we're running this against ourselves. We get 127. The user it tried authentication failure, and we see here multiple authentication failures. However, down at the bottom, we see the password was accepted. Session opened and new session, etc., and then it exited immediately because we don't want to hold that session open with the Hydra program. And again, you see there's more field connections down here. That's just because Hydra does multiple attacks parallel. But over at Hydra here, we can see here is the port, service, the IP address, the username, and finally the password. And we can also save those passwords to a file. There is an option for that in the Hydra command, where you can output it into a file. Now, if I run that again, and you'll see here we change password. You see no valid passwords found. So this will only work against. This will only work if the password exists in that file. So that's a very quick example of a brute force attack against. Let's move this over here. Very quick example of a brute force attack against SSH. We're not going to cover every protocol, but SSH is the most commonly used one, along with SMTP and POP3 for email. So that's a dictionary attack. We can do brute force attack with Crunch. So you can typically just install Crunch from the Debian or Kali repositories, or you can get the source code. And again, we already have this installed. So Crunch will just generate a bunch of random characters. So here, this Crunch command, it gives us this random strings between 4 and 8 characters. So if you just leave this running for a second, it tells us here how much it'll take. And here you can see that this is just generating a bunch of random characters. Now you can also pipe this into other programs. Like Hydra. Well, I can't remember the exact syntax for getting string output, but I know we can use something like hashcat and crunch to basically brute force. But let's just save some of these to. I can't type today. Alright, so let's save this to our password list. What is that running for a minute? So this is just saving output to a password list for us. Okay, killed that now, and if we check the list, there are already 3.7 million or so passwords in that list. And if we check the first couple of lines, yeah. And the last couple you can see here. So again, this is just random characters and stuff. There are more advanced programs that you add in, like Crunch. Actually, I believe Crunch can set a character sets, so you can add in like numbers and stuff, or only use between numbers and letters between like A and F and 2 and 9, as I said before, which will reduce the key space, meaning there'll be less random data for you to try, which can make it faster. So yeah. So in summary, you want to use crunch, or not crunch, you want to use a brute force attack whenever you have no idea. You usually want to use a brute force attack after a dictionary attack, or if you can't do SQL injection, because if you do SQL injection you just get the hashes and that'll be much easier. But again, even if you have the hash, you still have to brute force it or use a dictionary attack. But in short, you have to do a dictionary attack first, try common usernames and passwords, and if that doesn't work, do a brute force attack. Now, with social engineering, you can use cups. You can use cups like I said earlier, or the common user profiler, user password profiler. So this is just a Python script you can enter some information into. So let's download this off GitHub. We can close this window over here now. I believe. No, it's not right. For a second, I've got a Kali built in. So it's just a Python script. There's a 2.0 and 3.0 version, depending on your version of cups. -I for interactive, which just lets you add in stuff, or you can create a configuration file and stuff, but we'll just do -I. So we'll do first name. So this is like the first name for a user. Let's just call them foam. Okay, the birth date, you can just skip that if you don't know this information. So again, after you do some recon on your target, you can get a bunch of this information. We'll just leave everything as default. And now we have a file called foam.txt, which is a list of common passwords. And again, the more information you have, the better this will be. I'll create more it'll create more accurate dictionaries and stuff. The more information you can get off the person, the better. So I'm just going to use one of these passwords at random, just to show you that it does in fact brute force them. Alright, and again, go back to Hydra here. And we can go back a couple of directories and tell it to use that password file. Okay, just let that run for a minute. And there you can see, based upon our cups password file, we can see that it has got the password which I chose at random, which was this here one. So yeah, I guess that'll do for today. Let me just check. Okay, we've been streaming for about 25 minutes, so yeah, I think I'm going to end that for today. Yeah, I guess it's in summary. If you want to do a brute force attack, do a dictionary attack first. Use cups. After you do reconnaissance on your target, use cups. Generate a password file, and then do a dictionary attack. If there's nothing in the cups file, then maybe try a common password list, or even some leaked passwords in the past. Because stuff like have I been pwned, you can look up their email address there. If there's like a leaked database, you can usually find that and do some variations on on their leaked passwords. Because if, for example, their password used to be password, they might have changed it to like password 2 or password 3. So if you can find their leaked password, you can use that for helping reduce the amount of attempts needed. Yes, just finally do a brute force attack, do a dictionary attack, then do a brute force attack, and yeah, that's about it for today. I hope you enjoyed. Subscribe for more, and thanks for watching. Yeah, thanks for watching. Subscribe, follow, and I will see you later. Next week, yeah. I'll be streaming next week at 7 PM as usual. So goodbye for now. Okay, so welcome back to Cybersecurity Basics. Today we're going to be covering social engineering and phishing. So let's just jump into this. This stream is going to be more of more talking. We're not going to do any examples today due to the nature of this stream. So let's start off. What is phishing? Phishing is a part of social engineering. It can be targeted or mass mailed. So such examples include like spam, or you can target a phishing campaign to a specific person. So you can, if you're targeting towards a specific person, you'll probably use their name and pretend that you actually know information about them. It can take many forms, but it is typically targeted towards emails. And we'll just move on to an example here. So here we have an example of a phishing email. We can see here at the top, this is a fake email address. Normally it'd be from amazon.ca or amazon.co.uk, depending on where you're at. Subject is suspension, which isn't something Amazon typically sends. You can see here it gives you generic greeting, dear client, rather than like dear Darren or dear your name. And then it asks you to confirm your identity, which looks, this link at first sight, this link looks like it's real, However, when you actually go to it, it redirects you to a fake site, and will likely be insecure, as we can tell down here by the HTTP bit. And it'll likely ask you for your login credentials or similar information. So what to look for? Bad spelling and grammar are common, especially with spam emails. It's normally sent from an untrusted email address, like we seen earlier on this PowerPoint. It's from management at amazoncanada.ca instead of from at amazon.com. Large recipient list. You'll see this more often with spam, where you have one email that might look something like this here, but it'll be sent to multiple people. And you can normally see up in the to section up here. Up in the to section, it'll usually, or in CC, there'll be a list of email addresses because it's just spam to everyone. It's not targeted to anyone. So yeah, a large recipient list on email. They typically link to misspelled websites, websites that might look realistic, but when you look at the top, they will have like a misspelled name or something, misspelled domain name, and they'll typically use a unsecured site, just a plain HTTP site. However, more and more we're seeing websites switch to HTTPS or SSL, which gives that green bar, so a successful phishing attack can make people think that it's on the proper Amazon attack, the proper Amazon website, just because of that green bar, and they think they're secure, but they're really not, because it's a fake site still. Fake information, as we discussed earlier, fake information such as dear client, dear madam, dear sir, rather than using your actual name or some customer ID. And another example here is they usually ask you to follow specific instructions, such as enter your password into a website, change your credentials, or send them an email with certain details like your email address, where you live, bank accounts, etc. Which you should never do. So social engineering. Social engineering is human hacking. This is typically the first stage of social engineering is reconnaissance, which we discussed previously. So you'll want to find out as much as you can about your target before you do any social engineering typically. And social engineering exploits human nature. So like if you call up a customer service station or a customer service line, they will likely try to do as much as they can to help you, and by with social engineering you basically try to exploit that you might pretend to be someone else and pretend that you're having a problem. That will be it for today.
Let's do it.
Sure. Do you want to do a sample Vishing call?
What's Vishing?
Vishing is voice solicitation, and basically what you do is you use the phone to extract information or data points that can be used in a later attack.
Let's do it. Who are you going to call?
Maybe I'll call your cell phone provider
Okay.
and see if I can get them to give me your email address.
I bet they're good. I bet they have my back. But yeah, go for it.
I'm going to spoof from your number, so it's going to look like it's calling from you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me okay? My baby, I'm sorry. my husband's like, we're about to apply for a loan and we just had a baby, and he's like, get this done by today. So I'm so sorry. I can't call you back. I'm trying to log into our account for uses information, and I can't remember what email address we used to log the account. The baby's crying, and can you help me? Awesome.
In just 30 seconds,
gmail.com?
Jessica gets my personal email address.
Now, if I needed to add our older daughter on our account so she could call in and make changes, how would I need to go about doing that? You would have to send me a secure PIN through a text message? Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't think I'll be able to receive a text message if I'm on the phone. Shh. Oh, I'm not on there either? So I thought when we got married, he added me to the account. Okay, my
Jessica
name is
uses my girlfriend's name and a fake social security number
5127.
to set up her own personal access to my account.
Wait, I'm sorry. So there's no password on my account right now? Can I set that up?
She even gets the support person to change my password.
Thank you so much for your help today.
So she just basically blocked me out of my own account.
I'll get her fed after this. All right, thank you.
Holy shit. So they just gave you access to my entire cell phone account.
You're gonna have to go on and change your password now because it's Jess, my name.
And all it took was a crying baby and a phone call.
Yes.
Okay. So as we've seen from that clip, they were able to call up the cell company and pretend she was able to pretend to be his wife, and by adding in the fake baby crying sound effect, it basically makes the customer service agent on our other end more convinced that they are actually together, and that she has proper access to the account, even though she doesn't. And just by playing on human nature, they can manipulate the customer service agent into giving them more information, and in this case they were able to get into the account. You also have to note that this can be done over the phone or over email, but physical attacks are also pretty common. So you might see someone with like a fake ID badge to say that they're from your internet service provider, and you might need to get access to your router or something. But you have to be very careful because they could actually go into like your server room and install a virus or take some data. So you have to be very careful and make sure that any ID that they show is real. And if they try to like distract you or to sort of take your focus away from that, then they may not be who they say they are, and they may just be trying to get access to your network. So yeah, the sort of was a short stream, but that's about it for today. Next week we will be covering, let me just check my schedule here. Next week we're going to be covering reverse shells. We'll likely be using Metasploit, Netcat, and some other stuff, but I'll talk about that next time. So yeah, thanks for watching. Again, I didn't want to use any tools or anything today, just because of the fact of phishing and social engineering. It's kind of hard to demonstrate without actually targeting a specific person. But yeah, so that's all for today. Thanks for watching, and I will see you later. Bye. Okay, welcome back to Ethical Hacking Basics. Today we're covering reverse shells, so let's get started here. So what is a reverse shell? Well, a reverse shell is a program or script that connects the victim to the attacker's machine, whereas a traditional backdoor, the attacker connects to the victim. Now, this is kind of complicated to explain, but essentially, with a traditional backdoor, which I'll cover later, the attacker connects directly to the victim, whereas with a reverse shell, the victim connects to the attacker, and this way you don't have to worry about firewall rules as much. And so today we will talk about the differences between a reverse shell and a bind shell, and then we'll move on to an example. So here we have a quick diagram. As you can see, the victim PC over here connects back to a port on the attacker's machine. So if you have like some malware or software on your victim machine, then it will connect to your computer on a specified port. And the benefits of this, which I'll cover in a second, as a reverse shell can be used to get around firewalls, because the victim doesn't require opening any ports on the victim's network, either at the router level or on the actual machine. And because of this, a reverse shell can typically be used on low privilege accounts. So pretty much any account that you can log into, you can run a reverse shell on, even like a web server account. Whereas a bind shell typically requires admin or root access to set up, because you're actually opening ports in their firewall to do so. Alright, so that moves us on to our examples for today. So let's just go back to Kalia box as we do. We'll log in. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a victim machine to test this on just yet. So today we're going to do everything. We're going to basically create a payload that connects back to our attacker machine, and for purposes of this stream, our attacker machine is also going to be the victim machine at the same time. Now, generally, you're going to want to write your own code for a reverse shell. Best case scenario, you're going to write your own code, just because there's less chance of it getting picked up by antivirus. Whereas today we're going to be covering stuff like Metasploit and Netcat, which are well known and also easily detected by most antiviruses, which is why you would typically want to write your own reverse shell, but we're not going to cover that today. This is the basics after all. Alright, so we'll do the simplest one we can think of here real quick. Is Netcat. Now you can get Netcat in multiple different ways. You can either install for your repository, compile it from source, and I believe you can also get it running on Windows as well, which makes it a really good tool. You have to make sure you get the traditional version, which has the -e flag, whereas more modern versions, I think, don't have that specific flag. So you just do nc-help-h for help, and it gives you all these options. Now for this, we need to make sure that we have the -e or the -c options. Now, the reason we want this here is basically we want it to run a program whenever we connect, and because we're doing a reverse shell, we want to run either /bin/sh on Linux machines or cmd or PowerShell on Windows machines. Now, you should also note that Netcat isn't just for malicious purposes. It can also be used for just general networking stuff, like checking if ports are open, or even file transfers and simple chat programs. So just because you do see Netcat on the machine doesn't mean that it's being used for malware or anything malicious. It could just mean that they're using it to check the network. Whereas something like Metasploit, the only real purpose for Metasploit is to either test security, or if an attacker is using that to get into your system. So we need to open another window here. So on the right, we're going to have our listener. This will receive receive the shell. Sorry, it'll receive the shell, and then we will be able to run commands from that there. So to create a listener with Netcat, you do -l. You do -v if you want for both, and -p for the port number. You can also, if you want, just put these all together like that. And we need to give it a port number. Now, on Linux, I believe anything under port 80, I think you have to have root permission to do. Again, this isn't really much of a problem because we're setting this up on our machine as an attacker. So we don't have to worry about anything with the victim, but it's just something to note if you are trying to set this up and you have any problems. So we're going to just do port 1990, and we see here it's listening, so it's waiting for a connection, and we can also connect to it here just from Netcat on its own. Or localhost here, so just replace this with your IP. Now, since we're not using -e, you'll see it just connects, and we can select messages to and from these machines like that. but we want it will basically no other devices can connect that port when it's in use. So it can only connect to web browser thing. You can see here it's trying to get a HTTP request like you get with a web browser. It's just something to note, but generally once your reverse shell is connected, as long as you have a stable connection between you and the victim, you don't have to worry about any outside interference as much. So quick Netcat reverse shell, it's very simple. It's NC and then the IP address within localhost, and then the port number, which is 9090 for us, -E, and then either /bin/sh for Linux or just cmd.exe or PowerShell.exe for Windows machines. And you'll note here that it looks like it's hung, but over here we can actually see it's connected. We can see some general information already. It's connected from localhost, okay, and we can run commands like we normally would. Yeah, so you can run basically any command we want now, and we are root because that's the user we executed it on. One interesting thing to note is generally with many reverse shells, you won't actually show up as being on the system unless you try to allocate a TTY. So unless you try to allocate a proper terminal, you won't actually show up as a user. What I mean by proper terminal is certain commands won't run properly, like you can't use sudo or su unless you have a proper terminal, because it doesn't let you send input as your environment variables aren't set properly yet. So we want to elevate this to a proper session, and you'll notice here there's only one logged in user, that is just this GUI session. So we can use Python, we can get a TTYL or TTY, getting too used to the acronyms. I'm just going to do import pty, pty.spawn, and then bin sh, like so, and there we go. You know it works because we have that little hashtag there, and this command will generally work on most Linux systems, as most Linux systems do have Python installed. However, you want to note with other systems, mainly like Android and some stripped down operating systems like TinyCore, where Python isn't available, you might have to resort to other methods or install Python through your reverse shell and so on. So now if we do W, okay, it's weird we're not actually showing up now. Okay, well, I guess results may vary, because on some machines you will show up as a user when you get a TTY, and some you won't, but generally you will show up. So we can do stuff like screen, etc. We can run commands like so. See, because we basically logged in as root there, it imported all of our standard preferences in our bashrc file. Okay, so let's just close that right now. And also notice over here that basically everything from Netcat's getting piped into bin.sh, and then the response gets sent back. So whenever we killed Netcat, you see we got this Python error. That's because we killed Python when we killed Netcat as well. So if you're going to do Netcat, just use quick ampersand in the back. Now there are some disadvantages to Netcat, like the fact that by default it generally won't reconnect. So it doesn't reconnect if you lose connection, then that's it. You have to either run the program again on the target machine, or if you have a loop set up, then that will work as well. So generally, if you're using Netcat, you want to set up a loop so it connects back like maybe every minute or so. just in case something goes wrong with the network, or you have to restart your machine or something like that there. So for persistence and reliability, run Netcat in a loop so it always reconnects. And the general rule with reverse shells is 2 is 1, 1 is none. Basically meaning if you have one shell that goes out, then that's it. There's nothing you can really do. Whereas if you have 2 shells, then one can fail and you can still work with the other. So basically it's always important that you have a backup. So we're going to use Metasploit now, and I'm just going to use MSF console. Now Metasploit is quite a lot different compared to Netcat. It's much more advanced, and it's also common. We're going to use the interpreter payload today, but I will be doing a project on Metasploit for beginners maybe next month, which will cover the basics of Metasploit and sort of moving around the network once you basically pivoting from machine to machine once you get a foothold in the network. Just gonna wait for Netcat or Metasploit here to load up, and again, as I said, we're going to be using the interpreter payload. Interpreter is really good because it has a bunch of built-in tools. You can do stuff like take screenshots, record microphones, run shell commands that you normally would, etc. So it is a really useful thing. Okay. So you just do some help here, and it gives you a bunch of commands. But we're going to generate a payload. So use interpreter, I think. Use Linux. Use exploit / Linux. You see, Metasploit has quite a lot of payloads. There's actual exploits in here, and there's also some stuff for reverse shells. Alright, actually I believe it's payload. Yes, use payload, then the operating system you're targeting, and then we want a shell, or we want an interpreter. Actually, wait. Yeah. So it's use payload Linux, the architecture, which in our case is x86 because we're on a PC, and we want a interpreter. Let's do reverse TCP. There are also other methods like reverse HTTP, and reverse HTTPS, which are useful if they're useful if a firewall blocks certain types of traffic. Okay, we're going to use TCP for today. So you can do help, but we need to set some options anyway. So first we're going to set our L host, which is the listener, and we put in the attacker's IP here, and then we set L port for listener port. This will be the attacker's port. We're going to do 555 here, and now we just have to generate our payload. Okay, that just outputted a lot of shell code. Let's just do generate-h here. See, there, Metasploit has quite a lot of different ways of outputting. Okay, -t. Believe. Oh yeah, here we go. Elf. And that's just printing the file. We need to output to the actual file. Let's try this. You see, it's always useful to actually read through these. Oh, right here actually. -F for file name. There we go. So now we have our payload generated. We can go back and we can set up our listener now. I'm going to use multi-handler, and we set our listening port, and let's run that. Okay, let's look at that sector load, and I believe the payload is here. Okay, there we go. Let's mark this as executable. And we'll just give this a second because Metasploit isn't the fastest thing because it is written in Ruby, so it does take quite a lot of resources to actually run, which is why you sort of have to choose your tools depending on what you're doing. Personally, I use Generator write custom code for handling reverse shells and writing reverse shells, just because it is generally faster and you get a better understanding of how everything works. So now we have this running. We can run the exploit on the target. And we'll just give this a sec to run. Okay, let's try to set this to local host real quick. See if that. There we go. Yes, so generally you'll want to put the attacker's IP. Like generally you don't have to set the IP in the listener because you're only listening on port, but when you're working on when you're only doing this on a local machine, then you have to set 127.0.01. But as you see here, we did get a reverse shell. Start reverse shell on this port, sends the stage, so basically sends a bit more code to the payload. This is the stage payload, and then it tells us that this stage was opened, the listener's IP, and then the target's IP and port. Okay, so interpreter, we can run help here. You can see there's quite a lot of commands and useful stuff we can do here. We can start a video chat. I didn't actually know that we could do that, but yeah, we can take pictures, stream video, play music. Quite a lot of good commands for playing pranks on people. But generally, can't just scroll on this. Generally, the most useful one I find is just dumping straight to a shell. But there's quite a lot of commands here you can see. And Metasploit, the way Metasploit works, you can send a new payload to the target if you want. So this way, if you already had if you had this program running on a machine from like a couple of years ago, for example, you could send a update to that machine, or you could send an exploit to that machine and try to get try to elevate your privileges or get more information from it. But yeah, so Metasploit is basically the industry standard because of how well it is, of how many features it has. We can do sysinfo here, and we can basically get some general information about what version of interpreter is running, what machine it's running on, the IP address, etc. But there are quite a lot of commands, and you will want to actually read up on that. You see here we just dropped a shell. Yeah, we just dropped a like regular shell. We can exit it, and we can go back to our interpreter thing, and we can close that. And again, by default, interpreter doesn't have persistence, but you can set up persistence on it if you want. So basically, I'll reconnect to the machine every so often. So I think that's just about it for today. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Next week we are covering, let me just check real quick. Okay, next week we are explaining denial of service and DDoS attacks. So 1 sec. Okay, yeah, so next week we're explaining denial of service attacks and DOS and distributed denial of service attacks. So that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next week. Bye for now. Hello, welcome to another episode of Ethical Hacking Basics. Today it's going to be a short stream. We're going to be talking about denial of service, or DOS, and DDoS attacks. So we'll just get started here with the PowerPoint. So first of all, we have a DOS attack. A DOS is just a denial of service attack. These attacks typically exploit a hardware or a software vulnerability, and can normally be done by a single person or entity. And they work by exploiting a weakness with the hardware, like the Pentium spoof bug, or in software by causing some sort of vulnerability to be triggered that either causes the program to act unexpectedly, slow down, or even crash in the worst case. So yeah, typically denial of service attacks can be done by a single person, as it relies on a vulnerability on the target, whereas we'll cover DDoS attacks. A DDoS attack is just a distributed denial of service attack. These typically don't require exploiting a vulnerability, but they do typically require access to a large amount of devices, such as a botnet, or a much faster speed than your target high-speed connection that's able to overpower the target computer. Again, doesn't necessarily exploit vulnerability, but it does attempt to overload a target with requests, so that any legitimate requests won't go through, as the server is too busy trying to handle all of the fake requests coming from a connect to the server, possibly thousands of times per second, which on the denial of service side, it typically exploits a hardware or software vulnerability to cause a slowdown or crash, whereas a denial of service attack uses as many devices to cause as many requests, potentially thousands or even millions of requests per second, to overload a target, so that it can't respond to any actual requests. Denial of service can typically be done by a single person, and distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, can also be done by a single person if they have access to enough devices, or have a fast enough internet connection, but they are generally done. They are generally done with multiple people working together, just because it takes quite a lot of power, quite a lot of bots to actually build up the power of a DDoS attack. And finally, there are solutions which you can, for a denial of service attack, if it's a software or hardware vulnerability, you can just upgrade the hardware or the software, or at the very least remove it from public access so it's not available publicly, so that you wouldn't want your say your development server publicly accessible. Just only let people connect to it. Only people that need to connect to it should be able to connect to it, and no one else. So that will help limit your attack service. And for denial service, you can just simply rate limit IPs. So if it's sending more than a certain amount of requests in a couple of seconds or so, you can basically block that and ignore those requests. Or you can purchase a DDoS protection service, which again basically just does rate limiting. So it acts as another wall, basically takes all the requests and only it filters out the actual requests versus the bots. So yeah, that's all for today. Thanks for watching. Subscribe, follow for more. I will be streaming next week at 8 PM like I usually do, at 8 PM UK time. I will see you later, and goodbye. Welcome back to Cybersecurity Basics. Today we're going to be covering man-in-the-middle attacks, and yeah, so let's get started. So what is a man-in-the-middle attack, or a MITM attack? A man-in-the-middle attack allows a malicious attacker to intercept. They can intercept and basically get a copy of your data, or they can edit the information that the server and the client sees. So for example, if you were on an unsecure site, they could make a copy of your password. They could potentially copy your password data and send that there to a different server, while making it look like everything worked fine on the client's machine. But typically it's used for spying on users or to inject malicious code for other purposes. More recently, you'll see there's CoinHive, which is a Monero miner in JavaScript that seems to be getting injected quite a lot from malware. So it's injected into insecure sites using HTTP, and that will run the code every time an insecure site is run. So here we just have a quick diagram. So what the man-in-the-middle attack does, it basically redirects the user to the attacker machine, and then the attacker basically acts like a router and forwards data between the actual web server and the user, but can also make a copy or change the data. Whereas a typical connection without the attacker is just straight to the server. And there are various ways that the attacker can get in the middle of the connection, hence the name. Typically this is done through ARP spoofing if you're on a local network, or DNS spoofing, or various other methods that basically allow them to redirect traffic from the victim to their machine. And then they can perform all sorts of attacks like information gathering or code execution. So we have an example. Unfortunately today the actual example isn't working. I think it's because it's running in a virtual machine, but I will talk through the example that I'm going to show now. So let's switch over to my screen. There we go. Okay. So I'll log in to our Kali box. We're going to use either cap, or I tend to call it ether cap, but it's either cap, I think. There's also various other tools like man-in-the-middle proxy and better cap as well, but we're mainly going to be focusing on ether cap today. Now, unfortunately, I won't be able to show any live demonstrations of it today, for various reasons, but main one being it isn't actually working in my virtual machine, as I'm pretty sure it will require me to I'm pretty sure it's just something weird with this install of Kali. So here I just have a filter template, and this is basically a script that EtherCap uses to filter out to run specific filters on different protocols. So here, this first bit, it says if the protocol is TCP, and the destination port is port 80, which port 80 is for your standard web server, then I'll try and see if it has accept encoding, which is your standard sort of HTTP header. So basically, it says if there's an HTTP header, replace the header, and then it does the same sort of thing down here again. This time it says if the data contains the title or a specific HTML tag, it will replace this HTML tag with this following code here. And this is just a simple script that just creates a pop-up saying code injected in JavaScript. And then it just closes it like so. And then we have at the bottom here MSG for message, JavaScript injected. This is just shown on the attacker side. This isn't actually anything to do with the victim, so this is very useful if you want to see if the code is actually being run. So you have to compile your filter, which you need with ether filter. You enter the name of the filter, which is that template that we just showed, -o for the output, and I'm going to call this out.ef. Okay, so now it's created our filter. You can check here. We can run file, and it just says data because it doesn't recognize this format. And I have a command here, saves. So normally this is the sort of command I'd use. It uses ethercap with the quiet options. Then runs ARP, so it uses ARP spoofing as well as DNF spoofing. So basically redirects of the victims on that network essentially it pretends to be the router, and it redirects all the traffic on the network through this machine, where it will then run the filter. And this filter is going to inject some code. Now unfortunately I can't run this today as we get operation not supported. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's just a problem of this virtual machine, as I have run this command on other systems and works fine. But when this works, if you visit a insecure site running on the standard HTTP, so without SSL or HTTPS, it will just inject whatever code you have in that filter. So that's basically it for today. At the end of, there's 2 more streams I have scheduled. So maybe at the last stream I will do a recap of everything and hopefully try to do a actual demonstration. So let's see here. So the 15th will be the last stream of this project. So hopefully the 15th I will finish off the stream by just doing a recap and showing some of the actual demonstrations, hopefully working. So I hope you enjoyed for today. I know this has been a quick stream, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next week, Saturday 8 PM UK time which I believe is like 3 p.m. EST. I'm not really sure. 8 p.m. UK time, just convert it to your local time zone. So yeah, remember to subscribe, follow, and goodbye. See you next time. Okay, so welcome back to Hacking Basics. Today we'll be discussing some common wireless attacks, and unfortunately today we're going to be doing theory. We're not going to actually show any real world examples for privacy and security reasons, so we're just going to talk about it in this PowerPoint. So what we will cover today, we're going to cover various wireless attacks, mainly against the Wi-Fi or AO2.11 protocol and Bluetooth. So the Wi-Fi protocol, there are two common ways of password protection. WEP, which is the wired equivalent privacy protocol. It's basically designed to be the same sort of security that's expected on a wired connection. It's the first widely used password protection system for wireless networks. Even modern routers have backwards support for WEP, and I believe WEP is done in software, whereas WPA is mostly done in hardware. And yeah, so WEP is mainly used on older devices, so stuff like the Nintendo Wii, Nintendo DS. They only support WEP because they don't have the hardware to run the WPA2 protocol. And then we have WPA and WPA2, which is Wi-Fi Protected Access and Wi-Fi Protected Access version 2. It uses a sort of form of encryption using a public and private key method for authentication. So today we're going to be mainly focusing over WPA and WPA2, because WEP isn't widely used anymore since WPA and WPA2 replaced it. But we're mainly going to be talking about the main attack surfaces. There are other things in the protocol like probe requests, which can give you quite a lot of information about a target. So what a probe request is, it basically, if you have a phone, for example, it'll constantly say the name of a network that it wants to connect to, and if you have your computer set up in such a way to listen for those probe requests, you can potentially find out what networks they have connected to previously, which can be used to impersonate a network or to track the person. But back to this, we have the four-way handshake, which is how it authenticates. Basically, as discussed, it sends like a probe request or authentication association request, which basically searches for the network. If the network is there, a key, essentially it's part of a private key, or the public key, it's part of the public key, which is sent to the device, and then the device does some math and basically sends back the response. And if the response is right, it will then start some deeper level stuff here, like acknowledgement, and that's generally when you start connected to the actual network, and then it starts obtaining an IP address through DHCP. Oops, skipped one there. So we have some vulnerabilities here. We're going to discuss these real quick. WEP has a limited key space, which can be brute forced in a relatively short key span. Relatively short time span. Because it has a short key space. I can't remember exactly how long. But yeah, basically anything can crack a WEP encrypted network in like maybe 5-10 minutes, whereas WPA and WPA2 they've used a four-way handshake, which can take long to crack, but you also need to capture the handshake first, and in order to capture it, you basically require the router and a device that already know each other. So you can only capture a WPA2 handshake if there's already a device that's connected wirelessly to it, and that you can intercept the connection. And normally you'll intercept it by setting a deauthorization request, which basically kicks the Wi-Fi, which basically kicks the device off the network, and then when it tries to re-authenticate, you can capture that handshake and crack it offline. They do take longer to crack, but there's newer attacks like the crack attack, which came out last year, I believe, or earlier this year. But it can be used to view unencrypted data on a wireless network without authentication, and this can be kind of useful, but if it's in the modern day, it's not really that useful because many sites use SSL and encryption anyway. So you're only going to see unauthenticated insecure requests. On the network, so like HTTP requests, or maybe if they're accessing a server. But again, you can still get quite a lot of information. And just adding on to the password cracking bit there, again, it'll take longer if you're doing a brute force attack, because you're relying either on a dictionary attack, or if you're going through every possible combination, that can take quite a lot longer. I believe many WPA2 implementations require a minimum of a 8-character password, and many routers tried to come with a default. Many routers have a random password generated automatically, at least most ISP routers, whereas previously they used to have the default credentials of like admin to connect to the network. Now it might be a random set of numbers and letters to log in, unless you change it. And finally, that leads us to WPS, or Wi-Fi protected setup. WPS is a quick way of connecting to a network. So the pin can be typically brute force much faster than a password. Some routers will just automatically have WPS. They will allow you to connect with WPS at any time, whereas a lot of modern routers, you have to like press a physical button on the router and connect to it within a certain amount of time, or it won't let you log in. But once you authenticate with WPS, or you can crack the WPS pin code, you then have you essentially have the password, and you can log into the network whenever you want. And finally, that leads us on to Bluetooth. So there are two main attacks for Bluetooth. Blue snarfing, which mainly affects older devices and older versions of the Bluetooth protocol, like Bluetooth version 2 and 2.1, but it allows an attacker to copy files from a victim's device without authorization. In some cases, you may need to be paired with the device, and some you don't need to be paired. And this can be quite useful as an attacker, because you can potentially copy your contacts or pictures, or even potentially put data onto the phone, and that can be useful if you want to like drop a backdoor or something and use it later for code execution. But generally, blue snarfing has been patched out and isn't really a valid attack vector anymore, but it is something to note in case your target has a older device. And then we have Blueborn. Blueborn is a recent vulnerability in the implementation of the Bluetooth protocol on various Broadcom based devices, and essentially allows an attacker to override parts of the firmware and gain remote code execution, so they can remotely take over a victim's device if it's in range. There's quite a lot of information on this attack. It could potentially be used as a worm, so it could jump from device to device if you really wanted to. And it mainly affects stuff like iPhones, the Nexus series, a bunch of Samsung phones, the Microsoft Surface, Macs, pretty much anything that uses a Broadcom chip for Bluetooth has been affected, although it has been patched since then. But is still a very useful attack, as many devices may not receive update support. So that's all for today. I hope you enjoyed. Next week we're going to be discussing evading antivirus and IDS. So I hope you enjoyed. Remember to subscribe, follow, and all that. I will see you next week at the same time, 8 PM UK time or 3 PM Eastern Standard Time, I believe. And yeah, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Welcome back to another episode of Ethical Hacking Basics. Today we're going to be talking about some basic ways of evading firewalls and IDS. This will just be a quick stream with theory, as I do not have any working examples set up at the moment. So yeah, we've already discussed it. So the first method we can use is SSH tunneling. And basically what this does is it has a target inside the network, in this case something like a Pi or a PC, and then it connects to your external computer. So this could be like your server. So your server has like SSH running on it, and essentially the Pi will connect through the firewall and to the server, and then the server can communicate with the internal network or the Pi, essentially bypassing the firewall by using a reverse SSH tunnel, which allows you to essentially completely ignore this firewall and get access to the internal network. It's kind of hard to explain, but if you we might talk about this on the next project. But essentially, you get the target to connect to you rather than you connecting to the target, which means the firewall typically a firewall only blocks inbound connections. It doesn't really block outbound connections. So if you can get your target to connect to you, you can basically bypass the majority of the common firewalls. And there's also traffic manipulation. So particularly with SSH, you can tunnel over a different protocol. So you can have SSH traffic that looks like just normal web traffic, like over HTTP, and this basically makes it easier to get around certain restrictions. So some places might block encryption altogether, but the way the SSH works is it can basically you still have your security, but it basically looks like normal HTTP traffic to the firewall. And then there are some basic stuff you can do, like using proxies to bypass blocked domains, IP addresses, or even just use a proxy that's got better permissions on the network. So for example, if all of the PCs have really secure firewalls that blocks your connection, you can basically plant something like a Raspberry Pi and have the Raspberry Pi act as a proxy out of the network, because it will have less restrictions on it. And then you can also use common ports. So if you want to use SSH, for example, you can change the server port from 22 to 80, which sometimes a lot of firewalls will block any non-standard ports. So stuff that isn't running over port 80 for HTTP, port 443 for SSL, etc. It will typically be blocked on corporate networks, but if you just change your SSH port, you can normally get around that restriction. But yeah, so that's all for today. Sorry this is so short, but I should be starting a new project in a week or so, and we'll be covering a lot more stuff more in depth than this project. So I hope you enjoyed. Please follow, subscribe for more, and I will see you next time. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.